Be on your guard.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah.
It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Xion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Xion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
We still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Xion's thorns. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens, I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Core's. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now. Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Elfin.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Elfin escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. It made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew... You might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't! You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah! We can protect the world and save Xion at the same time!
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Xion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Xion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh?
You inherited that legacy.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place...
Except the den and astral energy.
In a portion of the city reserved pure...
Maybe he just has strange taste?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic...
Hold up, decadence?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to...
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't... are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. You're mine! Down on the ground! I'm not
Bring
done!
me my door! Celestial Hammer!
I'm
Not in
Mystic
your
Mercy!
dreams.
This one's all mine!
Very good!
Lunar Corruption!
Allow me to help you.
Gemini Aqua!
Another incantation ruined!
Holy Land! A chain between heaven and earth! Blah, blah, blah! Madness! Divine faith! You get the dead with the
Take
marble!
it! I'm not done! Burn in hell!
Over the stockpile!
Double Demon Fang! I'm not done! No escape!
Stars of light! Rain
Double
down!
Demon Fang! Severing Wind! Mirage! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Oh, sparkling stars of light! Lunar
Here I
Corruption!
come!
Purify all!
Here I come!
Take this!
You're finished!
Field!
Take this!
Where are you going?
Dance on the wind!
Try harder!
Magic is in!
Double Demon Fang!
Down on the ground! On your knees!
You're mine!
Glacial Spear! Pierce
Here
evil!
goes! More with that free
You're mine! Ignite!
Dance on the wind!
Take this!
Blah, blah, blah!
Double Demon Fang!
Not in your dreams! Of my healing arts to accomplish
Now you see what I can do! Far enough! Penumbra!
Resurrection! Wind astral energy! Raging
Here I
tyranny!
come!
Radio!
Double Demon Fang!
More for the healing arts! First
Down on
aid!
the ground!
More with that kick! Celestial Hammer!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Annihilation!
I'll blind you into dust!
You're mine!
Elusive Seed!
Wind!
Eagle Wave!
Reload ready!
Take this!
Break that healing wall!
I'll blind you into
Healing
dust!
hail! Thanks so much!
Sorry, Tom.
You do the same for me.
Starting wind! Propagated! Mega ray! Radiant storm!
You
picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
I've risen! Razor Cyclone! That'll bring you down! A chain between heaven and earth!
Try harder!
Flame of
Not a
death!
chance!
Willing Nancy obliterate!
Take this!
Searing
I'll
flame!
smash you! Denied! Ruin shape!
Feel!
Radiant light!
I'll
Double
save
demon
you!
fang!
Regenerate! More with the hand!
being
Right!
interrupted. Take this!
Air thrust!
Double demon fang!
Chain between heaven and earth! Blah, 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 and...
Ignite!
God save you! You get the
No escape!
Field!
Double demon fang!
I'll fix you up.
out of this! Strike! It's over!
Well, this where that came from?
Double demon fang!
Blazing cascade! I'm going to need to use all the power of
Radiant sight appears to be let free!
my astral
You're mine! Double
Here!
demon fang!
I'll be saving this one!
Raging
Moon
armor is all mine!
Let's
see what I can do!
Into the shadow!
Raging
Confiscated! It's in the sky, it's all upon thee!
Double demon fang! Captivity! And try harder! Take this!
Mystic fear! Pierce evil!
Very burn!
Don't
Take this!
My astral annihilation!
Double demon fang!
Air thrust!
No further! I'm nearly done for.
You going? Magic is there!
Shine!
Sweet
Radiant
Lord.
fang!
Force of regeneration!
Can't move!
Don't leave me!
You'll find no mercy!
Radiant pierce! Hydration of Arc shield! Out of ammo! Photon flash! Blah
They
blah blah!
smite with blocking
Hasten!
flame.
Holy land! You get dead!
Not done yet.
I save you! Annihilation! Blessing! Not in your dreams!
Double demon fang!
Radiant blood! I can handle it! Lightning orb! Raging cascade! Let me show you what my heart can do! In here!
Burn in
I'll be
hell!
saving this one! Aquila
Double
Surge!
demon fang! On the ground!
More where that came from! Annihilation! Mega ray! Shiny supernova! Malevolence! Magic is there! Freeze
Double
laser!
demon fang!
You get the gist!
You're mine!
I'll be saving
Double
this
demon
one!
fang!
Raging cascade!
Demon
Water!
You're mine!
This one's mine! In here!
In a bind?
I'll be saving this one! Not on my watch! Back into the fray!
You may be strong,
Here's a healing arm.
but I'll never back down! Thank you! Burn in
Lightning
hell!
orb! More where that came from! I can handle it!
Armor won't save you! Denied!
Magic is there! Air thrust! Water! Learn natural lava! Holy land!
Allow me to help.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Take it!
Mega ray!
Ready!
Ready!
Double demon
Do
fang!
it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing. is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Renna this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late! You can't stay here!
We need to go! Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law! I am...
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all...
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly healed.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language...
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrid?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dorley?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen...
I had just so much I wanted to ask them.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they...
Both sound plausible to my...
Yeah, they did.
Blocking!
Spirit!
Instant!
Negative that may prove a thorn in our side.
I'm ready! Raging
Here I come!
Fire support! Now!
In an instant! Impact block! Not a chance!
Here goes!
No escape!
Here I go! Got you!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Mirage!
I never miss! Astral energy!
Say no more! My turn! No escape! Mirage!
None shall escape! Illuminate the sword! Come forth!
In a bind.
Take
Holy
this!
land!
Severing wind! Mirage!
That is your dream! Now!
Double demon fang!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Step back! This one's all law!
Go no further!
Here I come! Burn! You're mine! Here I come! Double demon fang! Wind! Mirage!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the bubbling to me!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Wind!
In here!
I owe you one.
More for the stockpile! Instant!
Take this!
In a bind.
I'm not done! Mirage! Double demon fang!
Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Hear me!
Not a
Fire
chance.
Fury!
No escape!
Burning Sun is your dream!
Not today!
This one's
Take
mine!
this!
Where are you going? Gale Force! Mega Ray!
In a bind.
Strike! Double demon
Now,
fang!
Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Now! You're mine! Double demon fang!
Negative net.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Do it! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Could have been worse.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait.
Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegus right now?
Lenegus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, a lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man and...
There's just so much I wish I could ask him.
long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? But... yes, I have.
So basically since the very start of our journey...
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. If my brother could see you...
Not as...
Well then, just as well it's not a competition.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there? Among other things. To be in...
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and... strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead,
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman. And the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time.
No!
What the? Oh, right. The thorns.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask.
I guess I never really thought about it in those... Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. Which isn't to say I did...
So numb to your reality?
It's fine.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're...
I appreciate that. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way...
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to...
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not...
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another... Still, though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that.
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danan side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after?
Try to stay calm. What is it?
No, it's just... so much for me making...
You made it this far. You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk!
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it.
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates an...
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns how the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough.
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we...
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe... Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrect 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with Hevrect 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrect 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrect 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there...
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by...
Let's take a moment to get... I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but...
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to...
Everything that's happened, everything we've...
And to get that energy, then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule...
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should Why don't we all take some time to think things over?
That's a good idea. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in it. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same...
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the...
Right. Assuming we can believe...
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible...
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does...
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find...
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge... But if that thing's hellbent on trying... As for the Renans...
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and... In my case, I think that's partly because deep down... So... to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is... Well... I guess it's a little deflating.
You kept it pretty...
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day. But... At the same time,
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same...
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance...
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the...
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling in a worst-case scenario.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway.
That's an interest.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. It won't be achieved through, but I think it's a good first. And now, I think I see a way to move forward.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep...
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dan and mages like my family were... But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual... I know it's not as simple as all that. Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of...
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your... But even so, I was still able to change. And so I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to...
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So what...
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists...
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the...
We won't.
I still can't...
You're not the only ones.
Really? You've never struck me...
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my
It was really...
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody...
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna...
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back... That was no way to live. But all this talk about other races and the world ending... If I can be honest with...
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key...
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons. But I never really opened... And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, but that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah. I think you're right.
The thing that's most important. What I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me.
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight. And you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you wit.
You mean hearing the origin?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away.
Even I'm still not sure everything.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've... I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this. Ever since your
That's just part of being...
to say the least. But enough about me.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenigan?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong...
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegus, or come down to Dana, huh? And right...
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred, and the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own...
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be...
Menancia's fate was a stroke of... There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the... On that note...
Oh?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that as the one and only Blazing Sword. I suspect that Dan...
And I take it that you'll be the one to...
Yes. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan's society without... Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. I thought I'd die alone. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena. It's been going on for 300 years. All this it was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could... Maybe...
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff, like, she said that the first step down that path was for each of us. That means forgiving other people. Even and especially before...
Forgiving. So it goes both...
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past, either. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future...
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another, without even meaning to. I know...
It's not going to be easy getting past, but if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the... I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud...
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dan is still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns' connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before...
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even
I just hope everyone...
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode...
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The Great Astral Spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the Great Astral Spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, Your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the Great Astral Spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the Great Astral Spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against...
Shion's Firemaster Core was able to suppress astral energy. Couldn't we make use of that?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the...
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity...
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming...
You're probably...
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying. but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, It would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renas Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renas Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
We finally made it.
Hey!
Is this about dinner last night?
What? No!
Rinwell.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armors...
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them...
Right. So it kind of
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes...
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact...
Can't say I'd ever...
Connect the dots!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been
Huh.
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still...
Not... hugely? Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's up?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogle.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain...
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like...
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them
The only thing I can think of, then, is...
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down.
Exterminate them? Whoa.
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right?
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans.
First people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat.
I hope we find a way to be able to live side...
It's a nice thought, but they attack town...
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them...
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce...
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and...
Yes!
Excuse me!
Hey!
Really now?
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Dohalim? The line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
We've reached our destination.
Huh? I think someone's calling out for us.
They could have something they need from us.
Yeah!
Hey.
Uh-huh. Yeah!
Hmm? Just...
I guess... Thanks.
Huh?
Well... Hmm? All right.
All right.
I guess.
Whew.
Got it.
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all...
Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure! You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
Your cooking has really improved, Shion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it...
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run...
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares and how much food actually gets served.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on. I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
Ahem. I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Shion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious, actually.
Wait a sec. Are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing. Shion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, it's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain. And then...
You're right. That is how I used to be.
Then what do you mean? How is what's...
It's different.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again...
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings. And I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy. But I will do my best not...
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
Hey, Alphen. Why do you like spicy food so much anyway?
You know, I haven't thought about that before.
But now that you can feel pain...
Did you like spicy food?
Not as much as I do now.
I can most certainly relate. Once you've had your fill of ordinary food, you can...
I don't think that's got anything to do with Alphen's tastes. Although I won't deny that you definitely have a thing for...
I just wish I could have gotten you into sweets like me, Alphen.
I like food that's dense and keeps you feeling full myself. It helps you last longer when you're on the move.
We all know you're a quantity over quality kind of...
What was that?
Nothing. I lost my train of thought.
You know, I've also noticed Shion's not really into the same kind of food most Renans are. Could be a...
That's so me! Even when I was little, I was all about food that gives me strength.
And I guess Kisara is so good at cooking fish.
I'm only good with fish because it used to be the easiest thing to get. When you work with something...
I like fish just fine. But what I really like about your cooking is how it tastes home.
Really? You know, I used to cook a lot of meals for younger kids, and they said the same thing.
When you get down to it, I guess the things a person cooks and the foods they like say a lot about the way they've lived.
It feels kinda surreal to make people happy.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey.
What is it?
Do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner? Dinner! Yes! Yes, of course! Dinner! Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait, is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Shion.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for... Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it...
I never thought we'd end up eating alone.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back.
No, I'd say even that's changed too.
True. We both...
That's not exactly what I mean.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished, well...
Yep. I doubt that much will change.
I hope our dinners will always feel like...
Maybe not exactly like this.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
standing side by side.
Yeah. Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
I think it's time we go to sleep. Morning. Ready to head out?
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle in that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter? Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
I've got a bad feeling about this one.
Me too. This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Now I can let loose.
Bet that shell's hiding something deep in the wall.
You must proclaim inside me fury to aim for the weak spot.
Almost too strong.
Split it open! Be my guest. Try harder! Now!
By the sword, take this!
Annihilation! Shooting star! I'm out of ammo!
You're mine!
First aid!
No dawn shall break
Sword Rain Alpha!
There you go! Don't let up!
With you!
Put them in here!
Sword Rain Alpha! Sword Rain Alpha! You may be strong, but I'll never back down! The flame inside me yearns! Hold nothing back! Ignite!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you down.
What it is. I can't ignore your pain. Don't try to be more careful.
Where are you going? It looks like you got this one covered.
Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Let me show you what my art can do.
It's in your hands now. You'll pay for that! An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Double Demon Fang!
Resuscitation! Nail
Take this!
Here's evil!
Double Demon Fang!
Armor won't save you! Captivity!
Lunar corruption!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
I'm all stuffed up!
Ignite!
Mega ray!
Double Demon Fang!
No further! Anything in armor is all mine!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll be saving this one!
Armor won't save you!
Not on my watch!
Flame! It's time! Not today!
Art expert, come through! In here!
Double Demon Fang!
Don't mind if I do! Here!
Can't get out of this!
Is this it?
Don't leave me! Holy Land!
Sonic Spear!
Eagle Ray!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
That'll bring you down.
Force of regeneration!
Regenerate!
Double demon fang!
Art expert coming through!
Don't
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
This one's all mine!
You get the gist. Air thrust!
Double demon fang!
Water! Hear my call!
You picked the wrong fight! Double demon
Use
fang!
all the power of my healing arts to accomplish it.
Engulfed here!
A change between heaven and earth.
Awaken and
A
wreak
wailing
havoc!
beauty of light!
Double demon fang!
In here!
A thrilling performance!
Got it! Now what's in?
I'm not done! Double demon fang!
Raging
Take
storm!
this!
Alright, it's showtime!
Burn! Raging Lunar Storm! Demon fang!
None shall escape my judgment!
Double demon fang!
Arch field! Ray! Dance in the wind!
Resonate with the earth!
Air thrust!
Double demon fang!
Between heaven and earth! A wailing beauty dreams! Let the marksman handle this!
Take this!
Thrust! Tempest Swirl! Where are you going? Ready!
No further!
Ice Freaking! Here, let me help!
Eat
Razor
this!
Cyclone! Celestial Banner!
Tempest! Thrust!
Ice Freaking! Razor Cyclone! Downfall!
Stardust! Down on the ground! Soaring blast!
That brings the best medicines that
Eagle Ray! Double demon fang!
I can handle it! I'll use the Blaze Lancer! Blah, 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 net! In here! Healing
Tornado
Circle!
Drive! I
I'll
owe
be
you up.
saving
I'll
this
take
one!
you.
Here it goes!
Sorry
Blah,
to
blah,
trouble
blah, net! Feel! Don't mind if I do!
Sonic Spear!
Far beyond
Tornado
the darkest
Drive!
sky!
Double demon fang!
I'll
blind you in the dust!
healing arts to accomplish it!
No further! Stop! You picked the wrong fight!
One more time!
Not be forgotten.
None shall escape my judgment! You get the gist!
Deity! Armor won't save you! Eagle Ray! Double demon fang! Dance on the wind!
Mega Ray! Lightning Raging
Stardust!
Release now! Here!
Mirage!
Get on in there with the evidence!
Negative
Let the
gate!
marksman
Stardust!
Watch the
Demon Lash! Can't get out of this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
That'll bring you down!
Stardust! Can you take it? Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Do it! Between heaven and earth! Astral energy!
Say no more!
By the
You're
power
mine!
of water!
I'll blind you in the dust! Stardust!
Here goes!
Soaring
Not
blast!
in your dreams!
Leave the
Raging
to me!
cascade!
Eagle Ray!
Magic is there! In here! Healing circle! Stockpile!
Okay, here I go!
Radiant here!
Ignite!
Raging storm! I'll use all!
Let me free you of your power! Defense! Stardust! I'm grateful.
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Take this!
No more playing nice! Carve down through I'll heal you all!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Healing circle! Air
Double demon
Now
fang!
you see what I can do!
It's on!
That move!
Watch yourself! Burn it! Here comes the big one! Double demon fang!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Here, let me help.
Double demon fang!
Here goes! Won't give up.
Forgive me.
This is my fault. In here!
Negative gate!
Marvelous stockpile!
Double demon fang!
Vanquish darkness! What was I thinking? Divine! I can do it! First aid!
Take this! Here I come!
Lunar corruption! Chinese supernova!
No further!
Purge malevolence! Blah blah blah!
I'll
Magic!
smash you!
Freeze lancer!
Resonate
Blah,
with
blah,
the
blah.
earth!
Air thrust! Lunar corruption!
Breaking you apart!
Divine!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Raging
Double
storm!
demon fang!
Swerve flight! That'll bring you down!
In a bind? Stay away from my friend! From
beyond,
On the
imbue this
correct!
vanquished soul with
Double
life.
Demon Fang!
Resuscitation.
Eat dirt!
Still got some fight left in me.
Double Demon Fang!
Demon Lash.
Far enough! Let's get you all
Soaring
ready.
Blast.
Here! Raging Storm! It's about
Such
to
unadulterated fury.
Look sharp, everyone!
Elusive deity. Eagle Ray.
Double Demon Fang!
between heaven and earth.
Prepare to be sealed.
Try harder! Miss on!
Thunder Resurrection!
Bloody
Ignite!
A wailing Guardian Light!
My turn!
Bestow thy mystic mercy. In a bind.
Reload! I'll bring you back from death to
Smash you.
Let them march!
Death from the wing.
Where are you going?
Not done yet!
Forgive me.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art. To accomplish
Shattering
this.
the pieces. Attack time.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation! Let me show you what my art can do. Rise and shine!
Let me free you.
Dispel!
I'll smash you.
What would I do without you?
Denied.
Mega Ray! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Ready! Here, let me help.
Soaring blast.
In here!
Demon Lash.
Let's look into the fray!
Eagle Ray.
Lunar blast! I'm all stopped up!
Take this.
Such
unadulterated fury.
Ignite! Not in your dreams! Reload!
Double Demon Fang! Not a chance! Double Demon Fang!
I won't give up!
From beyond.
Take this! What was I thinking? Mega Ray!
Take this.
Mega Ray! Chinese Supernova!
Beyond. I can carve through imbue this vanquished soul with life.
Here I go!
Resuscitation.
I'm ready!
I owe you one.
Will this help?
Forgive me.
I can't heal you forever! Here I go!
Here I go.
One more! Sorry.
Go time.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation!
Double Demon Fang!
The pride of my downfall.
Cyan Instant!
Raging Luna.
I'll
It's
bring
in
you
your
back
hands
from
now.
death's
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
None shall escape my judgment!
Double Demon Fang!
Far enough! All disasters made one! Come forth and heal us
Yes, the flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Mad judgment!
Double Demon Fang! Burn in hell!
Light!
Double Demon Fang! We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right. Kill anyone's fight! Double Demon
The
Fang!
enemy is going all out! This one's mine! Feel!
Double Demon
I'll
Fang!
be saving
Can't get
this
out of
one.
this.
Vanquish darkness! Healing circle! What would I do without this?
Double Demon Fang! Try harder! Not a chance!
Down on the ground! I'm all stuffed up! Art
has a most
field!
peculiar
Chinese Supernova! Dance in the wind! In here!
Try harder! My turn! Burn in hell!
Leave the charges to me!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
All disasters made one! You all. Come forth and heal us of purity! I won't give up!
You! Stay away from my friend!
Imbue this vanquished soul with life.
Far enough!
It's
Sleep
time.
now! Let's get you all tucked
Bestow
away!
thy mystic
What was I
mercy.
thinking?
Can't get out of this.
Thank you for the
Maybe
healing,
show
Dohorina.
Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
You can be really sensitive.
This'll come in handy!
Benediction life.
Not today!
In the wind! Air thrust!
Double Demon Fang!
Water! Hear my
Demon
call!
Fang!
Glacial spear!
Now or never.
Evil!
Down on the ground. No further.
Freeze Lancer!
Benediction life. I couldn't make it in time. No.
Can't end here!
Primed and ready!
I never
The
miss!
abyssal deep, clear for us a path! Ready
I'll bring
and
you
rear,
back
I'll
from
walk
death to
through
life.
it and see what I can do!
Watch yourself. I sense incredible power.
Don't get carried away!
Just what the doctor ordered!
Shine! Radiant light! Touch of regeneration! Regenerate!
What would it take on? Here goes!
Double Demon Fang!
It can't be happening!
Double Demon Fang!
Confiscated! All disasters made one! Come forth, a healing
Is this it?
ready to go! Maelstrom! Resuscitation! I'll... Spread! Healing circle! Sleep now! Back into the fray!
Not done yet!
Now get down!
Double Demon Fang!
One more time!
Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
I won't give up! Get on in there with the
I'm in your debt, Dohalim.
And tonight's meal is on you.
Anything
Keep
down
going.
is purified!
To make.
Double Demon Fang!
Down on the ground!
Take care of...
Not today!
Scream bathed in blood! Rending you
Double
off
Demon Fang!
Ready to go!
They smite black blade!
Crossblade! Now for some respect! Right! Right after you get to this! Freeze blade!
Double Demon Shattering!
The enemy is going all out!
I owe you one.
Masterful dash!
The flame inside me, yours to be let free! Not today!
I'll heal you all! That'll bring you down!
Shine! Radiant light! In a bind!
Will this help?
Everlasting!
Wind
I can
astral
force
energy!
through armor!
Healing circle!
Negative
Illuminate
gate!
magic and down! Holy red! What you get to death?
Why'd you human?
To stop you dying?
Awaken and wreak havoc! Masterful dash!
Double Demon Fang! It's wide open!
Radiant now!
Won't escape me.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Huh? What's a letter doing in a place like this?
Hell if I know. I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to go. Law.
Huh?
Something up?
It's from my old man. My dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
In any case, I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique, an unwavering spirit, and most of all, friends that you can count on. If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you. As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself. Whether you'll live in a world where blood will no longer be spilled between Danins and Renans, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, you'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring. Know this. Whatever you think of me, what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
I think Hoodle senses something.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Doing some thinking?
Nah. It just occurred to me.
Is it a wonder to you our group?
Maybe. We've got Danins, yet here we all are, leaning on each...
If anything, I'd say it's proof. Proof that...
And, with
I've always had a thorny relationship with... I figured that it was easier to give up on intimacy. I mean...
But now...
Right. I know now that everyone that you...
It wasn't just me. Swordsmanship's about all I have to...
You see?
What do you mean?
I mean, the bonds that you form with others. They shine more brightly because they're mutual. It's not just one bond for you. It's many, each with a heart of its own. That's what makes them special.
Hey, Shion. Why do you look... What? Hey, guys! I don't see any of our food.
What?
I know! The bag we kept it all in has vanished!
What?
Huh?
This affects you too, you know! We lost all our—
What? How could this happen?
Hunger is like that. The moment you know there's nothing you can do about it.
Whoever did this, I swear I'm gonna make them pay for... Law?
What? Hey, don't look at me like—
Hand it over.
Stay away!
Hey, I'm back.
Only a poignant reminder of how dangerous... a food shortage can be in a collective. A serious problem indeed. And one we should all be mindful of.
I see. Does it have anything to do with... Thanks for waiting. Eat it. Well?
The meat is just the right texture.
I'm impressed.
The bait?
Still,
I'm the... Don't...
The meat is...
What?
Says...
Look, as long as it tastes...
Even
I'm
It looks...
Sure.
I'll see you again tomorrow.
I couldn't eat any more if I tried.
That is true happiness.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
We're so high up. Phew, what a rush. Guess I misread the landing.
Hoo.
This shall be a feast for the senses.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
Hey.
Hey. I guess... No way. Damn.
Whew. All right.
This is... Thanks.
You okay, Law? You see...
I'm fine. Just... Oh, man!
So I guess that means you'll be visiting your dad...
His grave? What are you, nuts? There is no grave. The Rena would only destroy it.
Back before Calaglia was liberated, dead slaves, we got used to cremating our own to deny them the pleasure.
It's all we could do.
But that was back then, right?
I suppose you've got a point. Once you've been doing something for generations, though, it sort of begins to take root. It's a tradition of its own now.
My dad wouldn't want that anyway. Cheap and simple, he'd say. Besides, I can't treat him differently than my mom. They might not end up meeting on the other side.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Wow, imagine. The two of them reunited. They're probably watching over...
That's why I can't afford to screw up. Still, better than being left alone.
this is something.
Oh!
What a wonderful treasure. Here this is.
What's on the other side of this door, anyway?
Why ask me when you can just open it and find out?
This is...
But this...
Right.
Kisara. Oh.
Wow!
Nice one, Alphen.
Thanks. Gotta keep up with the competition.
Personally, I prefer Bologna.
This looks nice and tough.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that... that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Alfred, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy! Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd had known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training to thank for being alive.
I know how that feels.
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say. So, did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about...
When it comes to solemnity...
I won't argue with you there. Still, that...
Indeed.
All I know is it's freaking cold.
Well,
oh, come on.
How about we stop...
An unexamined...
Better that than a...
Kisara doesn't mince her word.
I could say the same.
Tell me
I think...
Poodle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that.
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with
He appears to...
Funny.
It's not just Hootle who's become more trusting.
They do say pets and their owners act
Well then, I guess with you and...
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hootle will come over and sit next to me.
Oh, you will someday. You won't...
Wish I had that problem.
Really? He seems tame.
That's dog.
What's going on?
I don't know. Unless...
Come again?
Ow! Ah!
I sense a strange power from this.
Hey, Law.
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away.
Yeah, a word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face?
I meant in general, but... You sure?
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconscious.
May the trials and tribulations of young...
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on.
Hey, I miss anything? Thunderblade!
Ah! What the hell was...
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back.
From the looks of it.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting?
That's a little out of the blue.
Sorry, it's just... I don't know.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth. But then, if we hadn't met like we did...
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing.
Because of
Alphen's still alive. And after all, who can say what...
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Shion. But...
That's true. But I do...
But that was a long time ago. There were lots...
Don't worry, I'm only... And you're right.
I'll say. And if it's someone's favorite dish...
You might just have a...
Uh-oh. If it's Alphen...
Well... Friend...
Even after staying here, we never...
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters...
That might be the case now. But it can't always have been like that. There must...
Once, maybe.
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll...
These things take... What the...
Sorry. Sorry. There was...
A bug?
Something tells me she would have...
This realm is teeming with humid force. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that...
Sounds like they're...
What about you, Alphen?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan.
Insects as a culinary option, you say?
Dohalim.
Hey, lit... I never thought about this until now, Alphen. But doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time? You feel heat and cold.
Admittedly, yeah.
Is it hard when you're...
Oh, you bet. Plus my...
Kisara looks like she manages all...
Armor takes a strong body.
Spoken like a true guard.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be. Like...
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain.
That sucks, man.
You never know when the enemy might attack.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever...
Are you doing...
There's history in... the air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia.
Definitely.
You do me an honor.
I didn't mean it that... Native or not, that doesn't change the...
Allow myself to feel...
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink.
He's always worrying about something.
Yeah, so...
Let's change the subject, shall we? Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising...
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right...
It's almost as if we were brought together.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk.
Did Law just...
I do think about things.
Honestly?
What the hell makes me adult?
I mean, she did say he was a...
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further.
Not to dolts any...
Hey, Kisara. What's your secret for putting...
Secret?
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who...
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular...
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure.
Has he...
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menin...
A Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not.
I'd like to see...
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never...
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must...
A little heads up on some of it.
Right.
Right.
I think Hoodle senses something.
I see you've got your relics all lined... Huh?
Oh, it's you two. I was merely...
Don't you think you've polished...
I try to take good care of them.
I thought you could hear their...
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't...
What are they saying?
I was so enraptured with them. I must open my mind.
He never gets tired.
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined... Like how these two have similar designs. It makes...
An excellent observation. Yeah.
I don't see what you two...
Hmm? Why, that smear was...
Hoodle! I'm serious!
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands.
I sense a strange power from this.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Right!
Leo Temple. Isn't that where Shion was being held?
Wasn't it beautiful? I can't wait for this! Oh?
Right.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon. I'm...
mean, other than... And that...
That was quite the little adventure we went on. Mm-hmm.
Everything okay there?
I'll say.
What's eating at you?
Hmm?
Yeah,
It's... snuck its way into...
Oh,
Yeah.
You know, maybe this is a crazy...
Phew. It's like I've been
Seemed kind of odd. That's the trouble with windy places.
Alphen.
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was...
So much for sensitive.
Nothing new on that.
What's the matter, Alphen?
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the...
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
Okay, off we go.
Isn't that all Madria's?
So this is where her ship drifted.
Then the one who wrote the letter is...
alive, but badly wounded. I doubt many of the others have survived.
Let's survey the area.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Awaken and reach!
Denied! Wind astral energy! Power radiant cascade! If they run out, you gotta jump for cover, okay?
Burn!
Art expert coming through!
You're mine!
Sleep nap!
Rending you one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! I'm not done!
Laser spear!
Mirage!
Confiscated!
No escape! On your severing...
Step back! This one's all law! What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
This is such a...
This is perfect! I'll have everybody...
Mind if I join you, Law?
So...
How's...
Come on.
I had a feeling it was about that.
No, we're not talking...
I don't
Don't be like that.
Look, I'm not the type...
Give me a break. Don't keep secrets from...
I'm not...
I don't know, man. Lately...
That's some pretty big talk. What were we talking?
It was...
What's wrong?
No, man. You're really something.
What do you...
Just you. How you always indulge me and...
Do I?
Yeah. I always feel better after...
There you go again.
I'm not making you out to...
You've got strange...
I hope someday I can be there to...
I don't plan on getting quite...
We should go again sometime.
We should?
Let's make sure to kick ass tomorrow, too. You guys ready to hit the road? I know I am.
It's you, Lord Do.
I figured I'd find...
You knew he...
The handwriting on the note was all...
Did you come all the way out here to mock me?
What if I had?
You have no right. You who abandoned your lordly duties and for what? How could someone as powerful as yourself turn you?
Not this...
I ran from this once. The crown contest was... I apologize for dragging you along. Listen to me, Kelzelik. People change. They can... I know you're a capable man. You can...
Me? Impossible. Death! Death closes in on me!
What?
That's Almadrius!
Is she alive too?
It's death!
Has this thing become even more ruthless?
There's nothing more fearsome than a wounded beast.
Especially without its master.
Well, I'm not leaving it to its own devices.
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Spread! Burn it!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Photon flash!
Take this!
You picked the wrong fight.
It's weakened!
You're mine. This ends now.
Raging storm!
No escape.
Tunnel!
Here I come.
Magic is there!
Strut.
You
Here I come.
Flame of
Strut.
Divine Savior! Hold on to your art. Here I come! Where are you going? Outstanding form! Photon flash in the wind!
In a bind?
Air thrust! Light up! Magic is there! More for the
Benedict.
Take this.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Severing wind. Soda.
Tunnel! Light
Drilling performance.
in here! I'll be saving
You're
you!
out.
Hear my call!
Double demon fire.
Alright!
Wind.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Got it! Now's our chance!
Soda.
Seal! Lunar corruption! I'll be saving this! Gemini Aqua!
You're mine.
Annihilation! More where that came from! Not on my watch!
Negative take this!
Here's the healing art!
Amazing.
Try harder.
Magic
Now.
Sam!
A scream bathed in blood.
Splitting you apart!
Yours to be let free.
Here's the healing art!
You're bruised all
Stay
over!
away from my
Did
friend.
you even notice?
Guess I got carried away.
I'm not always going to be around to heal you, you know.
In here!
Now I
It's
can
in
let
the
loose.
sky, it's mine!
Can't move.
I'll be saving back into the fray! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Here I come.
One more time!
I'm going to need to use
Here I
all
come.
the power of my healing arts
Severing
to
wind.
accomplish this. Hurry!
Soda.
Resurrection!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished
Forward.
soul with life.
An instant! I'm all stuffed up!
Ready and raring!
Searing
That's gonna
flame!
smart.
Reload!
Double demon fang.
Elusive deity!
Lunar corruption!
Here I come.
Flame! Lunar blast!
Severing wind.
Soda!
Soda.
You into
It looks like you got this one covered! Into the shadows! In here! Get on in there with the others! I'm burning strike!
I couldn't make it in time.
Not today.
Spread!
You're mine!
Resuscitation!
No escape!
Can't get out of this!
Is this it?
I'll bring you back from this.
Take this!
Resuscitation!
Elusive deity! Everlasting dust! Soaring blast!
Here I come! Severing wind!
Whoa! Hey! One at a time! Arch field! Healing circle!
You're on!
Where are you going? Holy land! A chain between I'll bring you back from death to birth! I'll bring you back from death to birth! Let's get you all tucked away! Resuscitation! Water! Let me show you what my heart can do! Captivity! I'll heal you all! Don't leave me! I'll bring you back from I owe you, Tion. Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
You get the death. I'll bring you back from death.
Here I come! I'm not done!
Down on the
Double
ground!
demon fang!
Tornado drive!
Confiscated!
I'll blind you with the dust!
Is this it?
Come forth! Radiant clear!
Down on the ground!
I'll bring you back from death there!
Now or never!
Awaiting divine! Down on the ground! Sorry!
You'll pay for that!
Radiant clear!
Can't get out of this!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Double demon fang!
Heal my weary temper!
Can't move!
Resonate with the earth! No bond shall break this night!
Holy land! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
On your knees!
Not done yet!
Begin! Elusive
Severing wind! Stardust!
The fluidity of the
Burn in hell!
Penumbra!
Here I come! No escape! You're finished!
Healing circle!
I'm gonna need more than that. Thanks, Tia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. Try harder! My turn!
Sweet pal, here I
Take
go!
this!
Let's get you all tucked away! I never miss!
Armor won't save you!
Tempest!
Another incantation ruined!
No time!
In a bind?
Light as blah blah blah!
Burn!
Holy tornado!
Here I come!
Raging
No
Luna
Here's the
escape!
healing art!
Wind!
Far beyond the dark age!
Stardust!
There you go! Don't give up! I'll bring you back from death to death!
Anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do!
Not in your dreams! Here! All disasters made one! Come forth and heal the purity!
In the soil, awaken and
Severing wind! Stardust!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! Prepare to be...
I can't lose!
You guys want to rest here?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?